I had to go food shopping this morning, so unfortunately, I didn't get to throw, I didn't get to trim, I didn't get to have a birthday party tonight, so I'm not gonna have much time tonight either. So we are really gonna kick some ass today. We're going to trim all the pots I did yesterday, or at least prep them for trimming tomorrow. And depending on how they dried. Then I'm hoping to throw 6 of the 6-pound bowls because I only have so many of the large bats. So I do want to get through 6 of those today. So that's where we're at. Worst case scenario, after the birthday party, maybe I'll come back and do some more, but that's really pushing it. We'll see. I'm just hoping to get it done. Then before dinner. So we'll see how this goes. Okay, so what I want to do for the yarn bowls is I want to trim the bottoms first, or the tops first. Then I want to get the bottoms trimmed. And once the bottoms are trimmed, then I'm going to do the spiral cutout. So here we go. Let's see. I haven't looked under any of this plastic today. So we are going to see what we got together. Wish me luck. Okay. Oh, and all the ones that I did yesterday are all of the, okay. This is definitely going to be too wet to wedge, which is fine because this is a smaller one. So do I want to, I think I might clean up the rim on this, cut it off the bat, leave it on the bat, but cut it off the bat, and then put it over there. I did make myself a little bit of free space, so that was good. And it is super quiet because I don't have any music on. Do I want to log into Discord and see if anybody joins me? Or do I just want to put on some funky music and have at it? I think I'm gonna join. I think I'm gonna do both. I'm gonna let's play some funky music. Um, all right, let's turn that down just a little bit, and then I can talk over it. All right. And then apparently, oh, recommended. I don't know why Discord isn't in my most used apps. That's crazy. All right. All right, let's jump into public and all right, I'm just gonna make a note. At everyone in public while streaming, come hang out if you want. Bloop. Okay. So did that. And now let's go back to OBS so I can see that. And let's go back there just for any chat messages. All right, here we go. No pressure. All right, so this bowl is 4, 5, 6, 7, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8 inches across. And just over 4 inches tall. So it'll probably be 4 by 7, roughly, when it's completely done. I got myself some fresh water. As I'm sure by everyone knows at this point, I hate throwing with slip. So let's see, what do I got going on this week? So my last night game was canceled for people's personal reasons and whatnot. Today we canceled Dungeon of the Mad Mage because we have a birthday party this evening. What's tomorrow night? Tomorrow night Gary runs AD&D. Caves of Chaos, I think that one's called. Thursday, Gary and our friend Mike are going to head out to... I lost my cutter. Are going to head out to Ohio to Polarex to pick up our half of our ornaments for the year. With all of the tariffs and whatnot, if we ordered and got the ornaments and whatnot before June 1st, I know we're picking up a little late, but we ordered them and all that stuff. Then we didn't have to pay the 8% tariffs that they're tacking on the ornaments. So anything that they had in stock, we grabbed. Anything that they don't have in stock, we're just going to have to pay the tariffs on. I lost. Well, that's not good. I lost my wire to take things off the wheel with. I am going to make the assumption that it is under one of these bats here. But unfortunately, until I move these bats, I'm not going to be able to find it. So, haha. I do need to get another one of these. I have a wooden one somewhere. I just don't like it as much. It's much longer. I do like this shorter one. Fingers right in the wet clay. No problem. All right. So this one we're going to go put over there. And I will put the bag on top of it again. Maybe I won't trim these till tomorrow. If these are, I don't know if these are all going to be this wet, but if these are all going to be this wet, I may move them over. And then tonight before I go to bed, flip them all over so that the base is on the top. So that they are upside down. But I'm just going to cover this with a bag. Because the worst thing that can happen is that these things dry out too quickly and then they crack. But I'm pretty sure that I can fit 3 across here. I made a molecule, a little tiny area of flat space. Oh, I have a Discord message. Let's see what I got here. Maybe it's somebody like, I joined. Oh, no, one of my friends is at work right now. Okay, cool. Yeah, I try to, relax and have some fun with some people if I can. Working from home, I don't really see people all that often. Other than like, grocery shopping and... All right, so this is much more, this is like ready for trimming. All right, so we're gonna clean up this just a little bit. Now with this marbling, I do need to actually trim it a bunch. So we're gonna start there. I'll start there. Because currently there's just a bunch of slip on top of this. And as you can see, you're not gonna get what's underneath that slip until after you peel it away with the trimming. And you can just not pay attention and break it, because that's also an option. All right. We're gonna see how far down. Okay. A much smaller bowl. And the only reason I'm even attempting to keep this is because of the marbling. Otherwise, I would just put it in my bucket and let it go. Might not be a yarn bowl. No, I won't sell this as a yarn bowl, but just a pretty cool marble bowl. We could do that. Okay. I'm going nice and slow on this. Now we have yet to take this off the wheel, so this is still stuck to the bat pretty good. But it does have the possibility of lifting off the bat, so we do still have to be like careful. We can't just like, and as you saw before, like we can't just plow through the piece. Okay. This is a really nice leather hard that we are trimming this at today. Okay, so we're going to take this off the bat. I actually want to make sure I have somewhere to put it. Okay. So I go from this dirty bat over to this clean bat. Okay. Let's cut it first. Let's be intelligent. Sometimes that's difficult. The bottom of this is super dry too. So it is definitely sticking to the bat, but it hasn't dried enough to actually release, which is fine. I just need a little bit more pressure, and because I'm using a bat that is not in the system at the moment, just popping out. Okay. So right before when this dries, I'll take a wet cloth and I will wipe that out. Yeah, that is ready for a trim. Okay. All right, we're gonna flip that upside down, put that over there. We are... I don't know where that is either. I am the queen of losing my tools, guys. All right. So we're just going to use this. No big deal. Usually I have a construction scraper. To get that off. But all right. So now this is going to go in a bucket of water in my sink, and it'll sit till I'm done working today. And then I will wash them all. Because I like the fact that I can just leave them in water and not have to worry about them. Warping and whatnot. Normally I would let this sit in the water too, but I want to use it again today. So, just gonna hit those corners. Come on. There you go. If you're hanging out with me today, just go ahead and throw a post in chat. I set up my trimming bat to go over top of this one, because this is the bat that I typically have on here. But we're going to go through all of these really quick. I was talking to Gary, my husband, about flat space. Because it's an issue down here, it's an issue upstairs. It's flat space is an issue. We do not have, so you have to be careful hammering this onto the bat so that you don't screw up your piece. So I can't get that down, but that's okay. All right. So there doesn't look like there's any marbling in this piece whatsoever. But all of the pieces I did yesterday had marbling. So let's find it. And this is very soft. Now as I go up this, it's definitely getting, like, it's a very soft leather hard at the bottom, but it's a good leather hard up here. And you have to be careful about having the rim dry out way faster than the bottom of your piece, because you'll get a lot of cracking that way. So what we're gonna do with this one, because this is gonna be too soft in the bottom to do the underside of this. This is hard enough to support the bottom of the thing. Hello, somebody's joined me.
Hey, Allie.
How are you? Zanny is with us today. He was here hanging out with me yesterday.
Yup.
Trimming the pieces from yesterday before I get into throwing again today. What are you up to today?
At the moment, I'm taking care of Lily.
Cool. Cool, cool.
Trying to stay awake.
That's fair. I'm also exhausted today.
Oh, good timing. My tea just arrived. Yeah, I'm really curious about this one because it's a root beer flavored tea.
Oh. I am all for you drinking that. That sounds awful to me.
What? You don't like root beer?
I like root beer, but I don't like root beer flavored things like the root beer candy and I had root beer ice cream once. Root beer flavored things I can't do.
Huh. What the? Oh. Thought I saw a dead bird on my porch. Turned out it was just a piece of wood.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Oh. I wonder if the other one... What? Oh. I forgot I had that other package coming. That's funny.
Yes.
Ironically, the one package we're waiting on hasn't come yet. I got those teething mittens for Lily.
Oh, nice. So this one only had a little bit of marbling along the bottom. But this is way too wet for me to trim today. So this is going to go get sat over here.
That's funny. I hear marbling and I think of steak.
Yeah, no. I combined a very, very dark brown, almost black clay with a Clayer White.
Ooh, nice. So it would look like a marble.
Yeah, so I did a bunch of them that way, and the rest are all going to be buff. Because that is my favorite type of clay to throw with. So I'm figuring out from yesterday what pieces can be trimmed, what can't, if they have to go right side up or upside down.
I forgot my scissors are in the kitchen.
Just punch it.
Do what?
Just punch it. You don't punch cardboard boxes to open them?
Well, these aren't cardboard boxes. These are envelopes.
Oh. Rip them.
I don't think I would be able to. Well, I could punch it open, but that would require somebody holding it stiff enough. Good news is I've got some scissors that are up to the task. Oh yay, my soap arrived. Yeah, I ordered some soap that's made of goat milk, and
Okay.
it has notes of cedarwood and vanilla.
Nice. We're set up across from people at the Cleveland Christmas market every year, and they make goat soap. And We swap ornaments for soap every year.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Out of curiosity, what's the name of the company?
Ooh, putting me on the spot. All right, hold on. I can figure this out. IIX. Christmas. I could also just go upstairs and like grab a bar of soap, but this is in theory more easy because I'm sitting in front of a computer.
Because mine comes from a company called Goat Milk Stuff.
Okay, yeah, this place is it's a mother and daughter business. Um and they're right from Ohio. Right from the Cleveland area.
So probably comparatively close to you.
Well, yeah, but we do our show in Cleveland. So
Whereas mine offhand, I don't know where it comes from. I'd have to look it back up.
contact blah blah blah. Vendor kit, vendor list, vendor. Let's go vendor kit. So I should be able to just look at
What's the matter, Lily?
show hotel exhibitor badges, marketing opportunities.
Yeah.
Floor plan. Okay. So that's our booth. They are booth number 1451.
Lily says, hello, Allie.
Hello, Miss Lily. What did I just say? 1451. 1451. Oh no, they moved. Well, that's sad. All right, let's try 1449. Are they not coming? Oh, go ahead.
I was about to grab my phone and go look for my phone because I was like, where did I leave it? Derp.
That's interesting. I clicked on a... Huh. They might not be back this year.
Oh.
That sucks. They were the nicest people. We like sitting up next to nice people. Yeah. We also set up... Ooh.
Between games and throwing, when do you have time for trees?
Well, that is the problem right now. We've been kind of talking about that, and we are out of flat space, which has become a problem.
And you just moved, so you can't justify moving to a bigger location.
Well, we are buying out my parents' house. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3. Did I do 5 and 5 yesterday? 1, 2, 3. I did 5 and 5.
Most of our stuff is still boxed in the garage.
Well, and right, so we have a lot of we put. So this house that we just moved into is a 3-bedroom. And the house that we just moved out of was a 4-bedroom. So we are combining the studio, my parents' house, and our house all into one location. So room is at a premium. And 1, 2, 3. Um, so we've decided not to add on to this place.
Mm.
And so Gary is planning on going to Home Depot tonight after dinner and before our friend's birthday party to pick up supplies to make more shelving in the garage.
Meanwhile, Lily's
Um,
mad because sitting on the boppy, and she's like, I don't want to just sit around, but I can't go anywhere.
yes, you can. Move those legs. You can do it.
Right? Well, she's also mad because I put the video we're watching on pause.
How dare you?
Right? How dare I not multitask?
The
Problem is
girl.
if I do The problem is if I do, the TV will overpower my voice, where you won't be
Mm,
able to hear me at all.
yeah. The girls demand Miss Rachel whenever I watch them.
Yeah, she'll watch Miss Rachel, but I'm not entirely sure how much of it she comprehends out of it, if anything.
Yeah. We there's no marbling inside of this bowl. That's really interesting.
Hmm.
Okay.
Wait a minute. You said one of your bowls is like $40, right?
Yep,
Oh,
yep, yep.
well, I may be able to buy one, depending on if I'm able to get through the rest of this month on what I've got.
Well, you have to look at everything online and see if one of them is something that you like.
We shall see. Oh boy, what's the
'Cause I
matter?
never want anyone to buy anything that doesn't make them happy.
My main question would be, what can they be used for?
Um, so all of my non-yarn bowl bowls are food safe.
Or what?
Are food safe.
I can't
So,
tell what you're.
all of my non-yarn bowl bowls are food safe.
Food safe. Okay.
Yeah.
I heard soup base. I was like, what?
Yeah, if they are, I mean, obviously my yarn bowls will go, depending on what glaze I use, they'll go either way. But anything that is not, anything that I think someone may randomly put food in, um, I make with a food safe glaze.
Oh, neat.
Whether I would use it for food or I would use it for something else, it doesn't matter. I make sure that they're all food safe glazes.
Even for something like, say, a salad dressing?
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually going to be making I have them sitting next to me. I'll throw them up on camera, but I'm going to be making oil bottles, which you could use for oil or vinegar or whatever form of liquid you like with one of those stoppers in it. Um,
Too bad you can't make one that's like transparent. You could turn them into potion bottles.
transparent doesn't work with then we're getting into glass working.
Right. Which that's
Um,
very.
but yeah, those are the stoppers that I would be putting into the jars. All right. Where are we at here? You are still too wet. I don't think that your rim can support you. So we're going to trim a little bit more right here.
it's funny. When we take Lily into the living room, she always immediately looks at this one corner in the far end of the living room. Gene and I are both convinced that she sees Mom.
You've got a ghosty. Yeah, our cats would always like stare at this one area of our old house, and Gary was like, "Stop it!" And I'm like, "They're hanging out with the ghost. Leave them alone."
Right.
Not funny. Okay.
But what if it was Casper?
Yeah, never bothered me. If ghosts exist and you leave me alone, and or just don't do harm to me, you're more than welcome to live in my house. Have at it. Just don't be obnoxious. Okay. Yeah, this rim I don't think can support this bowl, so we are going to wire this off. And I'm going to leave it over there to dry for a little bit, and I will flip it over before I go to bed tonight. Oh. No rides for the pieces. Stop it.
And we're down to our last bag of diapers.
Time to go shopping.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
The funny thing is, we've got a bunch of size 2s and size 3s, but she's not ready yet.
Yeah. The one thing that I randomly learned working at Kmart was that diapers expire.
Say what?
They expire. And they legitimately expire. So back in the 80s, they were having this issue of people were throwing diapers into landfills and they weren't disintegrating. So they started making them to be able to disintegrate. Awesome, cool, great. Except diapers now have a shelf life. So if you buy diapers for like a 3-year-old when they're born, 3-year-old I get is, but you know what I mean. If you buy like a size 5 for kids when they're born, they could be expired by the time they get to use them. And as soon as they pee in them, they'll disintegrate. So that's fun. So we had a customer who was like, "Hey, just so you're aware, your diapers are expired." And I was like, "What?" What? And they were like, "No, seriously, look into it. Like, your diapers are expired." And I'm like, "Okay, sure." So I let the woman know that handled that department, and she's like, "No." And I'm like, "Okay, look, I'm just telling you what the customer said." So then I went and I Googled it, and I'm like, "Holy shit, diapers really expire." Okay. Randomly good to know. Will not be buying like bigger size diapers for baby showers. Cool, 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 cool.
Uh-huh. I personally would rather have too many of one size than not enough.
Yeah, and so like if you go to like Target, you can bring them diapers in a size and just be like, "Hey, my baby decided that it doesn't want to be in this size anymore. I need a bigger size." And they're typically just like, "Cool, no problem. Go get the other size."
Yeah.
So,
Walmart did that, but they wanted receipts.
oh, really? That sucks.
Yeah. Or, oh No. I said that wrong. They would only do up to 50 diapers worth at a time.
Oh, all right. That's whatever.
Let me rephrase that. $50 worth of diapers.
Okay.
So we had to make multiple trips.
Yeah.
But we would be able to ones that we wanted.
Right. Okay.
It was convenient because we discovered by trial and error we cannot stand Loves.
Most of my friends love Target brand.
Having worked at Target, I can understand that to a point. What's the matter? What's the matter? Aw, you just wanted to hold my hand.
Physical touch. I need it now.
Oh, trust me, I am the same way, even at my age. I crave that kind of thing.
Okay, maybe this will hold 3. I cleared off a shelf so I could put 3 over here.
There you go. Your package has been delivered. No kidding.
I finally remembered to order new sneakers yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I've been saying I'm going to do it for like 6 months or so. I don't know, whenever October was.
No, I hear that. I am horrible about getting shoes. Especially nowadays, because I've discovered most... Uh-oh. What? What's wrong? There we go. Most shoes I've discovered don't tend to give me enough room for my feet.
That would be called a bigger size.
Well, no, I mean the extra wide version. It's not the size problem. It's that the itself is too narrow.
So I have a very long, very narrow foot. So like for my size in women's, like they want everything to be like extra wide, and I'm like, no. So I sort of wish that I had wide feet because it would make my life easier.
You think it would?
Well, if I wanted women's shoes, it would. But so I've just switched over to men's shoes, and I get men's running shoes. Because they are the narrowest type of shoes for men. On the market.
Yeah, where if I do men's shoes, I have to do extra wide because, again, my feet are not very narrow.
Mm-hmm.
If I want a shoe that's wide enough to fit my foot, I have to go like 3 sizes bigger.
Yeah.
By which that's going to screw with your actual foot.
Uh-huh.
Learn that lesson the hard way. Which is why nowadays I have no idea what my actual shoe size is.
Go to one of those really good sneaker stores. Like, I don't know if you have like an Aardvark out there. And
I know places where I can get custom shoes, but those obviously get expensive.
Yeah, no, like this, they have you like walk on a mat, and they measure your arch and like how you walk and your gait, and they tell you that your one foot is like a quarter of an inch bigger than like your other foot, and exactly like what size shoes you should be purchasing.
I will say that I'm glad that we don't have that problem with Lily right now
She's
because
too
when
little for that.
my my right foot was bigger than my left foot,
Okay. Everybody,
so I had
most people have 1 foot bigger than the other. It's really like super abnormal to have the same size feet.
what's even weirder is my right leg is longer than my left.
Oh, do you have lifts?
Do I have what?
Do you have lifts in your shoes for that
Uh,
so that it doesn't
no,
fuck up your hips?
no, I don't.
My mom has a lift on her one side because she has one leg longer than the other. And yeah, the doctor's like, yeah, if you don't wear this, you're gonna fuck up your hips. And then she had hip surgery, which threw off like how high one hip was than the other or something, or how long her legs are. I don't know. But she had to
Right.
get her lift redone.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. It was just like, okay. Um, but yeah, they were super worried about her hips because her legs were different sizes. So I'm surprised that your doctor hasn't given you lifts or anything.
What? Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Feel like I don't know where my X-Acto knife is. Maybe I'll put this in the grip. All right, let's use the grip for a while.
I'm trying to remember the last time I used an X-Acto knife.
I buy them in bulk.
I would wager.
Um, Also, Amazon thinks I'm a drug dealer because I buy baggies in bulk. For my light packets, come on. What are we doing here? I must have a piece of clay that's no.
Oh, that's hilarious. I put Lily in the crib for a moment. And she's looking at me like, how could you? What's funny is when she's on her back, she does what I like to call her little crab walk. She scoots on her back using her legs to like push off.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. See if I can get her to do it. Oh, sure. Now that she's on camera, she doesn't do anything. I will say I find it hilarious what the camera's doing with the shadows on the bed. Yeah. Let's see. She says, hello, everyone. because she's able to recognize when she's on camera. See what I mean? Can you say hello, Allie?
Yeah, it's kind of funny when, as soon as the camera comes out, they just like smile.
Yeah. Well, it's like the old joke in Japan. Whenever they see a camera, they automatically put up the peace sign.
Mm. Hello, Ash.
I actually asked somebody about that once, and their reply was interesting. They basically said, "Oh, sure, now she's doing it that I've turned the camera off." They basically said, "Yeah, I don't really know why we do that. It's just a thing." She does that a lot too.
Okay.
This is what I was talking about. Because she's learned to use that little trick to scoot.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, that's hilarious. I just got a text saying, "Your order was delivered." It's like, yeah, little slow on the draw there, Skinny. I had that same problem with Grubhub the other day. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. That little crab walk. It's funny. By the time that I got the notice that the Grubhub was already there, they had already left. And the food was cold. So I'm like, okay, how long was it sitting out there before I learned about it?
Mm-hmm.
I will say her little smile never gets old. I'm actually really curious about that tea now. Because they say it's made with sarsaparilla, which is the main ingredient in root beer, or at least old school root beer.
Yeah.
So between the sarsaparilla and the wintergreen, I actually have high hopes for this tea.
Cool.
The one thing I wasn't prepared for when I should have been was the fact that it's loose leaf, which means I gotta break out my teapot. Good news is he's right here. I was gonna say, yeah, you're empty.
There.
Just making sure I turn it on the right burner. Because I've done that before. Turn a burner on and then notice a different burner light up. I'm like, oh, that's awkward.
Yeah, my husband keeps saying the stove is backwards and what he wants it to be for the back burners.
Same. I will be right back.
Cool. All right. Okay. So yesterday I threw 5 4-pound bowls and 6 6-pound bowls. But one of the 4-pound bowls didn't work out. So I think I'm just gonna add one down here, insert one row above. Broken. -1 for throwing. Um, I'm just trying to finagle this so that I feel confident in the things that I'm going to be able to accomplish. I need to get everything thrown and trimmed by the 14th. So that is my goal. It's the first of the goals, is to get everything thrown and trimmed by the 14th. And in that time frame, I have random things that I have to do. Like I have a birthday party tonight. I have my Saturday games this week. Getting my hair cut on Thursday. I'm taking the dog to the vet tomorrow to get his Bordetella shot. Um, so that we can have him kenneled while we're away. This is surprisingly hard. Um, so I'm just realizing that I should be talking out loud as I'm like sitting here thinking about my games. Um, I have another Discord message. So I have a Saturday morning game, my Magellan game. They are currently dealing with a cult of Orcus temple that has recently been repopulated. Um, and they're lower level, so I had them make up 11th level characters that happen to be in town. And they're going to have guards and this other adventuring party. And they're going to bring them all out to this big bad fight. The goal is to introduce them to one of the big bads of the campaign and then have that guy plane shift away. He's going to run from the battle like any good boss does. And once he knows the battle is lost, and they will meet him again later in the campaign with a much larger army when they are higher level. They might even see him 2 or 3 more times. All depends on what they do as a group. I like being able to do this with OBS. It's like having a mirror. That I can see the side view. This that I have is not sharp. I don't know if I just need a new one or if there is a miraculous way of sharpening it. But I definitely need a better tool. I also don't want to spend $100 on one of these tools. Um, for like the diamond core. Um, okay. 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 So I rather like the marbling on this one. This rim is a little jagged right here, and because there's no marbling right there, I think that's where I'm going to put the swirl. And I didn't think about this, but to put the swirl, I need my X-Acto knife. So let's go find. We may have to go get a new one from upstairs, but we're going to see what we can find. Haha. Okay. So I want these rims to be hard enough that they'll support the rest of the weight of the bowl, but not too hard that I can't cut into them. Huh. It's funny, the camera angle says that this thing is tilted, but it's not. I don't know how to fix that. That's interesting. Okay. So this is a little bit harder than what I would like. And I also do this typically while I'm holding it, not for camera purposes. So this might be an issue. All right. We're just going to have to hold this for a second here. We're going to have to figure out a better camera angle. Like something over my left hand, my right shoulder for cutting these out. So that's where I'm at currently. So I'm really like chipping this away because I can't get a good cut in here. Because it's definitely too dry. So I'm just going to keep going with this. I'm a little nervous about all of those 6-pound bowls now that I threw yesterday. I did the 6-pound bowls first. But I did get plastic over them sooner. I did forget to put, I was going to put plastic over these right when I went to bed last night. Yeah, right after dinner, I was going to put plastic on these things. And I didn't. I forgot. We had friends over. Gary just texted me and said, hope I have a good stream. Little does he know that I'm so far behind in this challenge already, and it's only day 3. Wahahaha. But it's okay. We'll catch up. We'll do it. Really the biggest issue is that I have to have everything thrown and trimmed by the 14th. This is so dry. It doesn't help that my hands asleep. He's so into tea. I should make him a teacup. I keep looking at different types of teacups, and I think I'm gonna do one. Can't close my water bottle. Okay. I think I'm gonna look into one where you do the really big insert. Put that in, throw your tea in, put water in, and then once it's done steeping, then you you take the whole insert out and you put it on like the lid of the cup. So I may make myself one, see if I like it. And then make some of those. He really likes that new root beer tea. Good for him.
I'm back.
Welcome back. I'm just cutting out a tiny notch for the yarn.
But is it a tiny top notch?
It is a tiny top notch.
I know, shameless plug.
Right. So your root beer tea is delicious?
Yeah, it
Nice.
actually came out really good.
Cool.
The sassafras flavor isn't as strong as sarsaparilla flavor isn't as strong as I expected. But at the same time, it uses black tea, so that doesn't surprise me too much, because black tea by itself has a very strong flavor.
My favorite is mint,
I do love
peppermint.
a good mint.
Yeah.
My favorite is Irish breakfast blend. It's a black tea.
Mhm. Yeah.
For health purposes, I drink oolong tea. That's a weird experience because to me, it tastes like the water you get from a can of green beans.
Oh, that sounds awful. Yeah, that sounds awful.
It's weird. It's not as bad as I'm making it sound. It's definitely drinkable. It's just if you're used to a specific type of tea, this one will throw you for a loop.
Okay.
Now, on the other hand, I do love a good pu'er tea, which is similar to oolong but has a much better flavor.
Okay. All right. And this bowl is the first one to be done and ready to go and just sit on a shelf and dry somewhere.
Mm.
Woohoo! All
Meanwhile,
right.
feeding Lily, so if you hear her noises in the background.
This was 1 of 100. Ready to go dry.
199 to go.
Yeah. Now I need to find a place to let this dry.
Which, with the cats, I'm wagering is going to be a quick.
So the cats don't come down here.
Ah.
Um, yeah. The dog comes down here, but the cats don't come down here.
Well, the dog probably also can't knock it off the mantle.
Yeah. All right. So that's just gonna. So eventually, so Gary's going to Home Depot after dinner tonight before we go out to our friend's birthday thing. And he's going to make temporary shelving in the garage so that we can put these until they can go in the kiln.
Now I hear that Jean bought a lawnmower the other day, and she has it in the garage. I'm like, okay. I'm trying to get the garage emptied out, not put more stuff in it.
Do you have a shed?
No.
Okay, then it's living in the garage.
I mean, it could sit on the yard porch for all I care.
You don't use your porch.
No, I don't. My grandma uses it to go smoke.
Okay. So she gets to smell gasoline and grass and all of that when she goes and smokes.
Well, I mean, we haven't put it out there. I'm just saying. Besides, who doesn't love the smell of a fresh cut lawn?
Me.
Oh.
Well, honestly, I love it. I'm just allergic to it, so
Yeah, fair enough. I'm allergic to the smell of to her cigarette smoke.
okay.
Yeah, Gene and I both are. Found that out the hard way.
Mm, yep. Yep, yep. I do have to say though, I don't think there's an easy way to find that out.
Touche. I mean, um, you could technically using electrolysis, which is how I discovered there are certain cleaning chemicals I'm allergic to. Okay, still too hot. Ow. And the sad part is when it's in your mouth, you can move it around, but once you swallow, you're screwed.
Uh-huh. Yep, yep.
Oh, I thought I hit the mute button. That's sad. Sorry. I tapped it, but apparently it didn't respond. Meanwhile, Lily's looking at me like Hopper from A Bug's Life. You little termite! I give you a second chance, and this is all I get. Of course, I gave her a smaller bottle this time because she had a big one this morning, and we don't want to overdo it.
It's funny how every parent is different with that.
Well, let's put it this way. I don't want her ending up like me.
That's fair.
Because I have gotten to where I am addicted to food, and so I'm attempting to curb that addiction. I don't want her ending up like that.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, it's kind of funny how everyone has their own like thing with that. Like I have one friend who's like, I don't want to make food a thing, so they can just eat whenever they want to. They don't have to like be concerned about it not being there.
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. No, we make sure she gets plenty to eat, that's for sure.
Okay, I'm not saying you're starving your kid.
Oh, I was like, okay, wait, what?
No, I'm just saying that everyone has like their own philosophy of like how much babies can eat and toddlers can eat.
Yeah, no, I find it interesting how in less than 6 months, she's gone from eating maybe an ounce or two
Mm-hmm.
to eat anywhere from 4 to 8 ounces at a time.
Yep. Growing body.
Yeah, she's already 16 pounds. She's more than doubled her birth weight.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's the so with watching the girls, like some weeks they eat like nothing and other weeks they eat so much and I'm like, okay,
It's
got
hard
it.
to predict.
Growth spurt. No problem. Here we go.
Yeah.
But man, do they know what they want? And they
Do they?
specific oh yeah. That 2-year-old, she's like I'm like, do you want um crackers or green beans? Green beans. Do you
Ironic.
want yeah, do you want banana or do you want apple? No. Okay. But her sister, on the other hand, loves bananas and apples.
I cannot stand traditional bananas. If I'm in the right mood, I will eat a plantain.
Mhm.
But, and even then, I've discovered it has to be done a certain way. I've figured that out because there's this cute little Asian store up the street from us that will sell you plantain pieces that have actually been fried.
Mhm.
And it's one of those where it's like if you get a good plantain, which to me means one that is insanely unripe, they have a consistency and a almost taste of mashed potatoes.
Okay.
I don't understand how, but I'm not going to argue it.
Mhm.
On the other hand, there is a banana I am very curious to try. Over in East Asia, they have blue bananas that allegedly have notes or tastes of vanilla.
Okay. Mhm.
And in my opinion, you can't really go wrong with vanilla.
No, same.
Which isn't, and I say that's funny because vanilla ice cream is not the first thing I go for.
If it was between vanilla and chocolate, vanilla is what I go for.
I typically go for chocolate, if only because that's what I got used to. Where vanilla was one of those where it was like I would eat that if that was what was available.
Mm. Yeah,
On the
like
other, nowadays it's I would probably go more towards vanilla for health, but at the same time, it's a moot point. Both are not necessarily good for you.
oh yeah.
I say I cream in my freezer.
Oh no, my parents always have like 6 things of ice cream in their freezer. Always, always.
Well, and to be fair, we get our ice cream from Brahms, so we know that it's good quality. Whoop, there we go. That's what I was waiting on. She finally just decided to let loose a big burp.
Mm-hmm.
The irony when it comes to tea, I've discovered, is once it gets to a proper temperature that I can drink it, I don't sip it and savor it like you're quote unquote supposed to.
Meh,
I just drink it like do water.
just drink it. It's your drink. You do with it as you will.
Eh. If I sip and savor something, it's a mead,
It's your
which is
drink.
hilarious.
Do with it as you will.
Which is hilarious because the joke is this is mead, not some wine to be sipped or savored. To which I'm like, yeah, that joke kind of falls flat given that mead is a wine in itself. It's just made from honey rather than grapes.
Yeah.
My only concern now that I think about it is this tea is made using black tea. I'm hoping this doesn't keep me up all
Mm-hmm. Yep. And you can just make the decision of if it was worth it or not.
night. I mean, that's fair. It was one of those where it was like, I got it. I got the tea today. I want to try it.
There you go.
Meanwhile, Lily's just looking at me like, oh. She's looking at me through the bar in the crib.
She's in jail. All right.
Now, if I ever found out that Lily was in jail, I would be very confused.
Mm-hmm. All right.
One thing I was surprised to learn is that it's not safe for them to sleep on their stomach.
Yeah, every 10 years that changes.
Yeah, which is part of the reason why I don't trust most of the medical things that have been said about babies these days.
That's fair.
It's like, how do I know what to trust and what not to? Because everything changes constantly.
Yep.
Like, for example, I've completely given up on the FDA.
Yeah. I never really paid attention to them to begin with, so.
Nah. I was a kid, I would look at the food pyramid, and my brain says, okay, this is interesting. Why are they wanting us to have this much bread, but then also say, watch your carb count?
Mm, yep.
Looking back, if I could do it again, I probably would have knuckled under and paid for my own lunches rather than relying on the college campus cafeteria. Well, I say pay for my own lunches. I would have bought my own lunches as opposed to using the cafeteria. Because the cafeteria, yes, you're buying from them, but the only thing they had available was Bill and Ruth style subs.
Bill and Ruth style subs. I don't know what
Oh,
that means.
do they not have Bill and Ruth's in Pennsylvania?
Nope.
Oh, like think Subway, but you
Oh,
can buy it
okay.
from. Speaking of sleeping, let me go flip her over. Hang on. Let you sleep on your tummy. Oh wow, she must have been tired not to complain about me flipping her over when she was already asleep. That being said, I am going to go into the living room. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm gonna let you go because this will be the first chance I get to take a shower.
There you go.
So I will
Enjoy.
catch you.
I'm gonna
And
keep
if you're
making yarn bowls.
cool, if you're still making them when I get back, I will rejoin you.
Cool. Have fun. Okay. All right. Well, this is not going to be a yarn bowl, but this is just going to be a bowl. Um, do you want to get the problem with this grip is that it is as big as the plastic thing um, around my wheel. So the shavings go everywhere. So when I'm done, I'm gonna have to sweep it all up and put it in my bucket. But that won't be an issue until after I'm done. Okay. So yeah, so this is, oh, boop, okay. So this one's just going to be a bowl. Um, I could still make it to be a yarn bowl, but I don't really want to. So I'm not going to. So we are going to put that somewhere to dry. They're all going upstairs, but at this minute, um, bowl. That'll go over there. Okay. Do what to do. I haven't been paying attention if anyone has posted. Nope. Any lurkers? No lurkers today. Okay. Cool, cool. All right. So this is what I really wanted to get trimmed today because I only have 6 of these big bats. So I need to throw 6 of these a day to kind of keep up with the big bowls. So you can kind of see the white a little bit in there. But what we are going to start with is turning that on nice and slow. Oh, oh, oh. All right. Can you support your own weight? Um, See, this is yeah, you can support your own weight. You'll be fine. All right. I need to cut this while it's still leather hard. But I want to get the trimming done first. Um, so that I know, like, especially with the marbling, I want to know where I want to put the curly Q. Okay, let's put you over here for the moment. We'll put the grip back on. Nice. Okay. Well, I want to bring this in, but I don't want to dent the rim of the bowl. All right. Here we go. Let's see what this looks like underneath this slip. You can kind of see a little of the white coming through. So I already said that my husband and our friend Mike is heading out um, to Cleveland to go pick up our ornaments for the year, or well, half of our ornament, the beginning of our ornaments. Um, and I'm a little jealous because they are going to go to a brewery. Oh, dug in there. Um, I'm gonna reverse this. Um, they are going to go to a brewery called Hansa's in Cleveland. That I always enjoy going to. Um, the owner just absolutely cracks me up. He is off the boat. Um, Swiss? No. Bavarian? Maybe. Um, he's so funny and he makes the best beer and he knows it. So they have a little German food store and they make really good, his wife makes really good German food. And all right. Sometimes reversing the wheel just makes it a little bit easier to get out that dig mark. Um, it's kind of funny as this thing is rotating, I'm getting a weird optical illusion from the white and the dark and the white and the dark. Um, this is a nice soft leather hard state, which I really need with cutting out um, the squirrely. Make sure this isn't moving around in the holder here. Um, all right. Okay, let's flip this over. That is most definitely dented. Okay, so that might be where.
I don't know. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Hello. How are you?
I'm alright. I was watching you throw, but maybe you didn't see the comment.
Oh,
I
I didn't.
think I think your main camera though on yourself might be a little blurry.
Blurry.
It's okay, but it looked a little blurry. At least on my phone, it looked blurry.
Um, Probably because I'm zoomed in so far. Maybe I'll have to move it closer. Or maybe I won't be blurry. Maybe I don't want people to see who I am. All right.
Just making lots of progress.
I'm trying. I already trimmed all the 4 pound bowls that I did yesterday. Now I'm trimming all the 6 pound bowls that I did yesterday. And I really need to throw another. I need to finish trimming these 6, and I need to throw another 6 pound bowls so that I
Uh-huh.
can use the bats, because I can
Yeah.
only do 6 of those each day.
Hmm.
Um, but I'm loving taking off this slip layer and getting down into the marbling of this. Makes me happy.
Slip layer.
Yeah, so when I throw, there's water. So if you're watching right now, you'll see that that as I go up this bowl, I take off a layer and it turns from brown to white.
Yeah.
Um, because my water was brown that I was throwing with yesterday. So by the end, there's just a slip layer of brown over top of all of this pretty white clay.
I can't actually watch right now because I can't. Well, I guess if I muted, I could.
That's a issue that Adam was having too. Um, but there's that one.
Well, Well, yeah, because the problem is that if I do both, then you get the reverb.
Yeah. Okay. So I think I'm gonna do it here. Then I have to decide where I'm gonna do the curly Q for the yarn. So as I cut, I have to hold this in place so that it doesn't bend. And break off the piece. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's kind of. Oh, owie.
What's up?
Went to point to something on camera, and my finger hit the wobbly piece that I was just saying I have to be so careful about. Okay. So there's that random bit of brown clay right there. That just looks really cool. That makes me happy. Okay. So there's my
Yeah,
curly Q.
the mixed clay looks good.
Right? I'm really happy with how those are turning out. Um, I don't know where my scraper is. Okay. All right. So there is another one. The 2 of 99. Fully done, trimmed, um, ready to be sponged off and left to dry. I cleaned off one of the shelves here.
Yeah.
Um, so I put 3 of them over there that can't go upstairs yet. They need to, they're gonna need to hang out and dry some more. I lost my drywall scraper, my drywall knife. It doesn't take much, guys. I'm really good at losing stuff. I put it down, it's immediately gone.
Hmm.
It's okay. All right. Next up. But yeah, these done ones that are just needing to dry. I'm gonna have these go upstairs today, so they can sit on the table up there with a bag over them. Just let them dry for a while. I'm betting my drywall scraper is over there where I reclaim clay.
Drywall screw. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm betting. It's okay. I'll get that in a... So the bottom of this is super duper wet. So what I'm going to do with this one is... I don't have another bat to put it on, is my issue. That is smaller than that, so I'm just going to flip it over right on this bat itself. Yeah, it's so wet that I wired it off and it's still sticking. Okay. Let's try that again. Nope.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Say hi to Gary.
Hey, Gary.
Hello.
All right, this is too wet on the bottom. So I'm just going to put, it won't even come off the bat. I'm just going to put a light layer of plastic over the rim so that the bottom of this dries out a little bit while I work.
Or should I say, hello, Starlet?
We could talk gaming stuff.
Yeah. I wish I
Um,
had Scarlet's level of innocence.
Don't we all?
all right. Let's grab another one. So tell the world about Starlet. There's my scraper.
Tell the world about Starlet, 2-month-old goose that is very carefree and just wants to be happy and take baths and splash around.
And who made you?
Some simic scientist.
One of our other players, he calls him Master, but one of our other players, this is super wet at the bottom too. Um,
Train of track.
yeah, train went off the track. Um, I'm thinking about taking this off the bat, but it is super wet on the bottom. So I think I may just wire this, set it, put some plastic on top of it, and set it aside. Check out these other 3 bowls. Maybe I'll do the same with those. And then I will throw on this other big bat that I got from that first piece.
Well, there's a twist. Lily managed to take a nap, and I managed to actually go shower.
Woohoo!
Nice.
Or as Jean likes to say, I made myself fresh.
That's an interesting way of putting it. I like it.
Well, in her defense, English is her third language.
Yeah.
So using American idioms can be an interesting trick.
Okay, we are going to, this is also really wet. So we are just going to fold this plastic up.
Because that's
And
basically her saying freshen up.
it works. We're going to let the bottom of those dry. That's really wet. We're just going to take that off completely.
And I also got smart and I let my tea cool while I was in the shower, so I finished it off when I got out.
There you go. He has root beer flavored tea.
That's odd.
That's what I said, but then when I looked at the ingredients and noticed they actually use a lot of the ingredients in the original root beer recipe, I was very intrigued.
Mhm. Right. I
I
have to
will say,
see.
I like where they were going. I wish they had upped the ratio because the black tea flavor still overpowers the other ingredients.
They just needed to use white tea instead of black tea.
I agree, which I might actually be tempted to try that myself at some point.
Just buy sarsaparilla and white tea. Actually, you could probably just buy sarsaparilla.
I was going to say, you'd need sarsaparilla and
Vanilla.
wintergreen, very least. Yeah, sarsaparilla, wintergreen, and vanilla.
Yeah. Oop, that didn't work. Come
And then just play around with the ratios until you get the right one.
Yeah. So we were talking backstory yesterday of like Adam's new character,
Yeah.
and we were kind of talking about a mission for him of like, what's he currently doing for the Demir, and we came up with some really cool ideas. So I'm happy with that.
And as a bonus, we managed to work in a way to make that conversation that came out of nowhere, seemingly, actually serve a purpose now, rather than just an idea that I ran with.
Um, okay, how does it serve a purpose? Remind me.
In the sense that we've modified it to where it actually does something rather than, ooh, new toy, let's try it.
Oh, yep, yep. Uh-huh. Yep. So, happy where we went there. Oh, these are my 4-pounders. Okay.
Oh, that's interesting. The Discord audio is overriding the camera audio, so I can see Lily, but I can't hear her.
Okay.
She is currently just moving around. She's confused.
That's fair. She doesn't know how arms and legs work yet.
Well, it's one of those where it's like she's more mad because her skin is itchy, despite the various moisturizers and balms and things we put on it to try and fix that.
Mm. Is she allergic to a soap?
Um, Based on some recent data Gene discovered, we think it could be something that happens because she found other babies online that apparently went through a similar issue.
Mm-hmm.
And now that I think about it, she could also be mad because she's alone. she does she doesn't like waking up with nobody in the room.
Okay.
So I'm gonna head there.
Mhm.
Yeah, I found that out by accident because at one point she woke up and I was still in the room and she didn't freak out. Hi, Lily. Yeah, she sees me now. She's smiling again.
Mhm.
She looked at me like, "Where the hell have you been?" Of course, now I've got to be careful because if I talk too loudly, it's going to echo through 4 different cameras.
Mhm.
Did you have a good nap? I don't know how well y'all can hear her, if at all.
Yeah, we can hear.
Yeah, because when I've got the camera on my phone at the moment,
Mm.
so I can't see what the Discord mics are doing. Oh, she's attempting to move. She's figured out that she can grab um the what's the word I'm looking for? Mattress cover
Mhm.
to try and use it to pull,
Yep.
but she can't quite get the traction she needs.
Don't worry, she will tomorrow.
Well, I did learn the hard way. Don't put her on the carpet because
Well,
that made a mess of her arms.
oh, yeah.
We're not entirely sure why or how, but we've just learned, yeah, don't do it anymore.
Mhm.
I I'm not sure if it's a sensitivity to the carpet. I hope not, or if it was just more along the lines of um, what do you call it, rug burn.
Speaking
But
of
I
rug
don't know.
burn, I have wheel burn from
Oh,
throwing yesterday.
oh boy, I can only imagine what that's like.
Mhm.
Mm. She knows I'm talking on the phone, and she's looking at the phone like I want to see too.
Mhm.
What's hilarious is she doesn't seem to know what to do with a mirror yet.
How far can she see now? Oh, she's a couple months old. She actually has like vision.
Well, yeah. I mean, what do you mean?
So babies, they don't have long distance vision when they're born.
Oh,
So they can only see like a couple inches in front of their faces. And then as months go by, they get more and more vision. So a lot of their what you think is vision in the beginning is really just them hearing things in a direction.
oh,
Um,
more so like me.
so I don't know why this wheel is so fast. Allie, slow it down. Um, yeah, but she's a couple months old now, so she would have yeah, she might have full long distance now.
Yeah, I will say I am aware that her ears work rather well,
Yeah.
and I figured that out by accident when she was asleep. Long story short, I had something stuck in my nose, and so naturally I reflexively inhaled sharply, and that scared the crap out of her, and it woke her up. And then she looked at me like, what was that for?
So your baby is older than Starlet.
Yes.
Mhm.
Let's see. Today is June 3rd, so she is 12 days away from being 5 months old.
Well,
That's double Starlet's age.
yep.
And yet, ironically, he is far more intelligent.
Um, I mean, sorry, Gary, but
What?
not calling
to
Starlet
Starlet.
dumb,
well, to
Starlet
be
has
but
good stats.
to be fair, in Starlet's defense, at least he can talk.
he was
Uh-huh.
programmed that way.
Well, telepathically or not, he's capable of forming words that can be understood.
Hmm. Yep,
Lily, not so much.
he was built
She
that
will.
way.
Oh yeah, she will. And we're both looking forward to that. Jean is convinced that at times she says mama. I'm not so much. I think it's more along the lines of she's discovering she has lips.
Hmm.
Meanwhile, she's doing that thing where she puts her legs up under her stomach and then just boom, you know. Or she's doing. I think she's trying to do what some people may call the army crawl, but I'm not entirely sure. I
Okay.
don't know offhand what the army crawl is.
Picture people
Okay.
going under the ropes of a course, like the ropes
Right.
that are like strung across in there.
But I don't know how they move, is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we've got the height. Now we go through it. Now we go for the width.
Have a good rest of your stream. I'm not sure exactly when I'll be home, but I'll see you soonish.
Okay.
All right.
Take
Have fun.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Okay.
Meanwhile, I'm axing my phone charger because I've got the thing charging, but at the same time, between Discord and the baby camera, it's probably drawing decently on the battery. I will say, to the charger's credit, it's finally getting to where it can actually charge a decent amount, i.e., an amount that is what I paid for. Because the first time I used it, it was only able to get like 2 charges before I had to charge it. Where nowadays it's getting like 3 or 4.
Mm. We just got a solar powered one that I can take to shows with me.
I
Like,
love the idea of a solar powered charger, but nowadays we rarely get enough sunny days for that to be practical.
mm, I've been leaving
And I
mine
say that ironically
outside.
because my uh, former bank that I used to go to has solar panels on their roof. It's like you'd think that would be counterintuitive
Why?
because again, we get more cloudy days in my mind than we do sunny ones. Then again, can solar stuff still charge on a cloudy day?
It can, and it charges batteries. So if you're not actively using that power, um, it'll bank it
Interesting.
for when you need it. So like if the power goes out,
So like a
um,
generator.
yeah.
Okay, let's try flipping you. There you go. There you go. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. There you go. You can roll over if you want. You just need to take a breather.
All right, another 6 pound bowl thrown.
Oh, you're back to the 6 pounders?
Well, I was able to trim a 6 pounder. So I got the bat off of it. Um, I forgot to bring more towels down with me. Cool, cool, cool. Bye bye, water.
I see.
Just throwing stuff now. It's fine. It's fine. Um, so I was able to trim a 6 pounder, so I was able to get that bat back. Um, I still have 5 6 pounders on their big bats, and I have plastic just kind of like gently covering the rim so that the bottom of the bowls kind of dry out a little bit because I can't get them off because they're too wet still. So good to know for future that when I cover these, I'm only going to cover the rim area. Um, for overnight so that I can get the bat back the next day.
Yeah.
Because I need them, I only have 6 of the big bats. Um, I have 50 little bats, and if I really need to, I can throw the 6 pounders on the little bats. Um, it's just not as, I don't want to say easy. Easy is not the right word. It is
Practical?
more painful because my hand keeps having to scrape against the corners of the bat insert. So, all right, you can go over here. And then since, ow, 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 I have nothing to trim right now, I'm going to throw some 4 pounders. Because I gots to do something. I have a whole lot to do and not very much time to do it.
That's usually how it goes, I've noticed.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, remember how I told you I was going to do a chicken pizza crust?
Uh-huh.
I finally put that together yesterday, only to discover apparently I screwed up the recipe or something went wrong because it fell to blazes when I tried to flip it.
Mm. Without knowing anything about anything with the recipe, I would say that you have to cook it slower longer.
I think the problem was it was too dry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I used too much breadcrumb.
Got it. All right, where'd my... All right, back to 4 pounders.
Hey, you're okay. You're okay. Oh, right. I forgot you can hear me.
I can. And whoever's watching.
Right, but you can't see what I was doing.
No.
I have her feet in one hand and I'm just rocking the bottom half of her body back and forth because I've been advised by a friend that that apparently is calming somehow.
Cool.
I don't get it, but I'm not going to argue it,
Uh-huh.
especially considering sometimes it seems to work.
Cool. That's all that matters.
Meanwhile, I'm trying to retrain my own body when it comes to food because I have to remind myself when I feel hungry, I'm not always hungry.
Mm. That's fair.
That being said, it also occurred to me I need to hunt down our vacuum seal unit because if I can play my cards correctly, I might be able to attempt to dry age some steaks I've got.
Cool.
I've never tried, I've never gotten to try dry aged beef before, and I'm very curious. Yeah.
Okay. Let's do a lift.
Although it occurred to me, going back to the whole expiring diapers thing, these bags that I use also have an expiration date, and I need to make sure that they're still good. Especially considering they are roughly $12 to $14 a bag.
A bag?
Yes.
Oh, for the dry aging. Got it, got it. Sorry. I'm thinking garbage bags. Okay.
Oh no. Yeah, trust me, if I'm paying that much for garbage bags, they better be able to hold everything in the house. Like that commercial where you see someone putting pieces of a piano into a trash bag. I'm like, yeah, no. Which, for the record, I have tested the limits of those uh, hefty Force Flex trash bags. They can be broken.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was funny. Yesterday, I ran the idea past Gene of getting a pool put in our backyard. She said, yeah, no. Too expensive and too much maintenance.
Yeah, the maintenance is crazy on pools.
I know, because I used to help Dad do the pool in his backyard back when they still lived in their original house.
Mhm.
I mean, on the one hand, yeah, they're a bit high maintenance, but on the other hand, what you have to do by comparison is not as difficult compared to some other things I've seen.
That's fair. My cousin is a manager at a pool supply company,
Mm.
and I was visiting her one day, and she just kept having people drop off pool water to be tested.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Allie, slow the wheel down. I don't know why I keep forgetting to do that. I think it's because I'm like talking and doing and like I'm not used to doing all of that at once anymore. Or, well, not even anymore, just at all.
No, I know what you mean. It's like that's the same reason why I am hesitant to purchase a harp. I want to because I love them, but the problem is we are not at any means in a proper house for that. Or at the very least, if I did get one, I would have to put it in a. I would have to either use a special room or something that would be humidity controlled because apparently, according to sites that I've looked up that harps are their thing,
Mhm.
they say that you're supposed to keep a harp in a room that is at least 50 to 60% humidity.
So just get a pottery wheel, start doing pottery. It'll make it super humid in there. And then, two problems solved. The harp can suck up all the water, and the pottery can just keep creating water for you.
Yeah, and as a bonus, I could sell the pottery.
There you go. See? It's only a $10,000 investment to get into pottery.
Right, and an $8,000 investment to get the harp.
Exactly. You're fine. For the people in the outside world, do not listen to my financial advice. It is poor advice.
Oh, absolutely. No, because, let's see. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. That's not what I wanted to do either. That's what I wanted to do.
Okay. First 4-pound bowl thrown of the day. Let's get 10 more done before dinner. What do we think? No idea what time it is. It's 4 o'clock. That's not going to happen.
There you go. If you look in the general chat, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Okay. I've lost my
that
mouse. There it is.
that particular model is made of rosewood and bobinga. Or, excuse me, mahogany
Nice.
and bobinga.
Cool.
And the sad part is, if I could just get my hands on the wood itself, my dad would be able to build the thing.
Oh, I'm sure you can get your hands on the wood.
Yes, but it's insanely expensive.
Right. Which is why the harp is insanely expensive. Oh, shit, shit. Oh my god, what am I doing? Taking the whole bat system apart. Gosh darn it.
Honey, if you
Okay.
roll like that, you're gonna keep having that problem.
All right, 4-pound bowl. Done. Not done, but thrown. All right, let's put this back on again. You do not need to take off your entire bat system when taking off a pot. Be smarter than that. Okay,
There you
go. Next bat.
go.
Poundy,
Long
poundy.
story. She rolled over, and so I flipped her back on her back. She's looking at me like, hello? I was doing that on purpose.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
To which I'm like, yeah, so was I.
All right.
Part of me wonders how much a baby can understand, per se. And I say that because when I ask her if she wants a bottle, or as I call it, a baba, she starts grinning.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, hmm. One thing we have learned, and it's hilarious, but it's annoying at the same time when we have to actually deal with it, is when we take her for rides, she enjoys the ride as long as we're moving. If we dare come to a red light and she's awake, she starts crying. Yeah, that's right. We're talking about you. What's hilarious is the microphones on the cameras are not sophisticated enough to understand tonality change. So when she's cooing like this, it thinks she's crying.
Oh.
So we'll get a message saying crying detected. I'm like, ugh. And especially on Jean's end, because she's at work and then all of a sudden sees baby crying. I'm like, no, no, false alarm.
So, what was the common item you took for D?
I honestly don't remember. Let me go over to my computer real quick. Ow! I misstepped coming out of the hall. I say as I trip over the freaking mat. I can't win for losing today. Okay, let's see. Come on, computer, wake up. Oh. I was like, why am I in that mode? Hmm? Oh.
Emma.
It's loading.
Okay. I was just curious. And
So am I, because I don't remember. Let's check your inventory, shall we? Oh, I never did.
Okay.
Interesting. I guess I wasn't thinking about it.
You were stuck on the swarm of stats. You were stuck on the rare item. You completely
Yeah,
bypassed
that's
the common item.
well, it was more along yeah. Once I finally realized that anyone can craft items and that I'm not stuck relying on an artificer, I was like, okay, this is cool. Let's see what we can do. That being said, now I have to look up what they are because I don't remember. Oh, there we go. Oh no, I don't want that. Oh wait, what's this?
Might
I
actually
go
come in handy.
I go to
Oh,
AD&D is the one I use.
come again?
I go to the AD&D website. That's the
Yeah,
one I use.
I use that one most of the time. Um, that might come in handy, but it's a
What?
once per day. I'm thinking out loud.
Okay, well, think out loud and share with the class.
Oh, uh, there's something called a dark shard amulet.
Uh-huh.
Oh, wait. Never mind, that's for warlocks. I can't do that.
I need to get rid of the slip in this bowl and change it out for water.
Hmm. Hmm.
Okay, we've got the height. Now going for the width.
Here's an odd question.
Uh-huh.
Have you heard of something called a perfume of bewitching?
Yep. Yep. Kate made good use of that in my last Ravnica campaign. I think she held on to that till they were like 18th level.
Mm. Oh, it's a consumable though.
Uh-huh. Yep.
So if you're given the common magic item and you use it as a consumable, you don't get it anymore.
Right. Yep.
Okay. It's not
Which
like the
is
arena where every day you start off with one.
right. Which is still awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um
Let's flippy this back into proportion.
Oh yeah. I think at one point I was looking into the possibility of the Sylvan Talon.
Oh, that sounds familiar. What does that do?
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Wielding it allows the creature to understand and speak to Fae without needing to actually speak Sylvan.
Hmm.
And as a bonus, it can allow me to cast the message cantrip once per day. On the other hand, she can already use the message cantrip, so that technically would be irrelevant.
Hmm.
The Ruby of the War Mage, which, eh,
Okay.
okay, I'm gonna do one
Another
more.
4-pound bowl done.
Now, since I'm playing a 2024 character, am I restricted to the
No.
2024 magic?
Nope. 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 Nope.
Uh,
Okay.
when it comes to cast off armor, do you have to have an armor proficiency to be able to use that?
Yep. All it does is make the armor that you already have um be able to be cast off.
Oh.
It's a common magic item. It's not
Well, I mean,
come on.
so is the armor of gleaming, but it doesn't necessarily seem to specify.
Right. So whatever armor you have, it just gleams all the time as if,
Ah,
it was always clean and the sun was brightly out. Really good for paladins.
Right.
Okay. Okay, fresh sponge. Fresh water.
What does awakened shrub do?
It's like a 1/4 or 1/8. Um, um, you turn a rose into a awakened shrub, and then it can like hit things with its thorns or slap things with vines or
So like a leshy familiar?
yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't actually know if it can move or not. Um, but you could do it to a potted plant.
Yeah.
Just carry around a potted plant the whole time. That I will make you take care of. Wahahaha.
Of course.
Because I stood up and I came over here. I quickly washed some bats. Because my bat system is plastic and not like MDF or anything else, I can just let them sit in water and soak and get all the clay off mostly. So that it's not going down the drain. And then when I come over here, I just grab a handful of them, wash them real quick, and throw the next ones into the bucket. But I have 50 of my little bats, so I don't have so much have an issue with them with running out of those. All right. Where are you going?
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Okay. Where am I at? 4:16. Took me 15 minutes to do one. Well, I guess less than probably 10 minutes with getting new water and whatnot. I use a Shimpo RK Whisper wheel, and I really like this wheel. It runs on magnets instead of belts. So if you can't be around magnets, that's bad. Don't get this wheel. But it when it's off, it freely moves as a turntable. So that's nice.
I'm sorry, you said something about magnets? I stepped away for a minute.
Oh, so remember the wheel that your aunt recommended to me, the Shimpo RK Whisper?
Yes.
Um, it runs on magnets, not belts, which is why it's so quiet. Um, but the thing that I learned when I bought it was that if you have like a pacemaker or anything else where you can't be around magnets, then obviously this is not the wheel for you.
Right. I wonder what that would do for me then, because long story short, I have a medical implant that is controlled by magnets.
Yeah, you couldn't be around this. So, next time you go over to your aunt's house, don't hang out next to her wheel.
The odds of getting to go there these days, not gonna happen, unfortunately.
That's fair. Just blame it on her wheel. Just say, yeah, I would visit, but you got that wheel and I just can't do it.
Right?
But yeah, I really do love this wheel. It's so funny when you said you were going to get a recommendation from me. I'm like, I probably am already going with this wheel. But yeah, absolutely. Let's hear it. And then she came back with the exact same wheel and I'm like, there we go. Perfect. So funny. Everybody loves this wheel. It's either this one or the Brents that people are kind of in love with. Um, the Brents kind of last forever, but so did the Shimpos. Um, they're just really well made.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I'm in the same room as this wheel and I can't even hear it running.
Uh-huh.
So,
As far as the pole of collapsing is concerned, how long can it go?
what?
The
Oh,
pole
pole
of
of collapsing. I think it's 10 feet.
because it says the rod elongates only as far as the surrounding space allows, which to me says if you're in an open area, theoretically there wouldn't be a limit.
Maybe. Um,
I think the idea is they stole the idea from Dragon Ball because it sounds like the it sounds like the the Nyoibo, also known as the power pole.
yeah, I would have to actually like look at the DMG and see if there was a limit. But yeah, for some reason I thought it was 10 feet. But yeah, if it doesn't say anything in there, then
No, it doesn't. That's why I was asking.
that's kind of cool. I want to smack the dragon. It's 200 feet in the air. So,
Right?
I
Of
mean,
course, if you did that, it would probably only deal like a D4's worth of damage.
yeah. Um, and you would have to have the strength to like wield it up to that high. Like, could you imagine lifting a 200-foot pole?
Depending on how thick said pole is, possibly, but at the same time, I get where you're going.
Yeah.
So once per day, you. Hmm.
All right, another 4-pound bowl done.
Oh, hang on.
Man, this is such a gorgeous bowl. I do not want to cut a curly Q in this and make it a yarn bowl. I just want to keep it as a bowl. Okay. making 100 yarn bowls. I can't, like, what I'm doing. Getting a curly Q at some point. All right. Well, that bag of clay is done with. What else do I got?
Okay, what is
You are 4 pounds. Okay. All right. Bloop.
the interesting thing is trying to come up with an item that would make sense for her.
Well, does it need to make sense for her? Or does it need to make sense for the Demir to give to her for some random possible future situation that they think might come in handy?
Right, hence what I mean.
But it's not necessarily something that she would choose. Maybe it's something that she was given.
And again, it comes down to I'm trying to figure out what would make the most sense in that regard.
Okay, well, you're a spy. Instead of looking at things that she could use, think about things that a spy could use or how a spy could use all of those random things.
5% chance of unlocking. Oh, well, that's useless. It's a consumable.
Nothing is useless. See how good it is, and then you could buy or make more.
What is this? Uh, where in the blazes would you be that quote unquote does not have a magnetic north?
Spelljammer, Astral Plane,
Okay,
Feywild,
right, in space.
anywhere other than the material plane, or the ones that show a version of it.
What? I'm scrolling through these, and at the same time, I'm keeping my eyes on Lily. Begs the question: how many times can you do this? The implication seems to be unlimited, but
What is it?
the pipe of smoke monsters. I could definitely see using that for like just storytelling or something hilarious.
Okay.
Because my brain is picturing that stupid caterpillar from Alice in Wonderland.
Yep, absolutely.
I might seriously consider that. Mechanically, it serves no purpose, as far as I'm concerned, but then
Common
again,
items are typically for flavor. they're not typically for like mechanical purpose. They're typically for funsies.
Yeah. If I was going for mechanics, I would go for the Ruby of the War Mage. But given that Sakura already has that, it's like that seems a bit redundant, and I don't want to just reuse the same shtick.
There you go.
Let's see what you do. Okay. Um. hmm.
What you looking at?
Ooh, this could wait. If a selection of it is lost or destroyed, that's interesting. Oops, hang on. Hold that thought.
So in my other Magellan campaign, for their common items, they got things that meant something to their backstory, like the farmer who lost his entire family has his wife's parasol. Um, and they all do something, but they don't necessarily know what they do.
I
Um,
did not. I did not catch hardly any of that. I was in the other, and
that's
she rolled over.
okay. I was
I
just
caught.
talking to the camera.
Oh,
Um, yeah, so the one player has his dead wife's parasol. Um, and that is another 4 pound bowl done. Um, man, I can't think of what the other trinkets are off the top of my head. But like if they ever get into a desert and they are in the sun and they need to get out of the sun and into some shade, it will provide shade for
which
him so he won't take heat damage from the sun.
which one?
My other Magellan game that I'm running, each of their common items is from something we kind of rolled on the random trinket table,
Uh huh.
and a lot of them don't necessarily know what their items do. But the farmer whose backstory he lost his whole family, he's carrying around his wife's parasol. And
Oh, gotcha.
so
Well,
if they ever get into an environment where like they're taking damage from like being in the sun for too long,
mhm.
he if he uses the parasol, he will not take any damage.
Interesting.
Yeah. Um,
Hmm. Now I'm torn between that pipe of smoke monsters, which I just find hilarious, and the rope of mending.
cool. Right. Another 4 pounder done. Where I'm going to put this one, I have no idea.
Oh, fiddlesticks! I'll be right back.
All right, we're just going to take this ball of clay, put you there, move the mouse. It's covered in the clay. Put you there. I think I'm going to have to put that other boop, folding chair and just kind of set it out. I hear people upstairs, but I don't know if it's Gary or if it's somebody getting the mail. Okay, here we go. Well, if I'm getting one done every 15 minutes, at the very least, I should be able to get two more done today. Um, Clay Mountain.
Oh boy. Okay. So
Okay.
let me see. How much are you? You are that much. Where the other one? Same price. Big deal. Now I want to look at her inventory. She only has 40. Lovely.
Did you give her the starting gold? I don't know what you bought in the beginning.
I don't think I quote unquote purchased anything. I took the
The starting equipment?
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, Lily's mad because I laid her back on her back.
Mhm.
It's like, I get that, but at the same time, when you roll on your stomach, you have a tendency to try to put your arms through the bars. It's like, that's not a good practice. But the irony is, a baby is not cognizant enough, or is self-aware the right word,
Yeah.
to realize, yeah, I shouldn't do this because this.
Uh-huh. Nope, nope, they are not.
Okay. So, regarding the rope of mending, I have a few questions.
Okay.
I'm curious exactly how it can be used, because from what I understand, it looks like I could cut it into pieces and form it into something, and then basically sew them all back together by magic.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Like, like for example, I could make a rope ladder out of it,
Right.
or like a grappling hook.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and she flipped over again. Ugh, fiddlesticks. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. All right.
got tired of her flipping around, and so basically what I'm doing is I'm holding her.
There you go.
But the problem is, I can't do that very long because doing so presses her up against my sternum.
So
And
change
yes,
positions with her? Put her on your knee instead of on your shoulder?
well, my sternum is on my chest, so either
Right.
way is either way is going to pull at it.
Putting her on your knee?
To a degree, most of her weight's on my knee, but she's long enough that she's leaning up against my chest.
Okay, so put her head on your knee.
Oh, I get it. Lay her on her back on my knee.
Yeah.
That took a minute to process.
Okay.
Let's see.
Another bowl down.
Of course, the downside to doing this, I'm noticing, is her head is like literally just below where my uh, pull-out desk spot for my keyboard is. So if she tries to raise her head, she's gonna get one heck of a headache.
So roll yourself back 6 inches.
I did.
Come on now. Common sense.
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the rope of mending and then I'm going to save up for the smoking pipe because I like the idea of that one.
Awesome. Okay, 4 pound bowl done. Okay, another bat. Come on, give me another bat. Let's go.
You okay now? Bonus, I can rest my elbows on my the arms of my chair,
Yep.
so those don't get too much of a strain. Also, I just realized raising her up that high, she's out of range of my keyboard desk.
There you go.
Or I can't talk. You know what I mean.
The keyboard under your desk.
Right.
All right.
So if I took the starting equipment, how much gold should she have?
I think either 3 or 400.
Oh,
Um,
in which case I would have had her buy that what do they call it? Pipe of smoking monsters.
okay.
And now that I think about it, having a let me look up the name. Where are you? What? Oh, there it is. A cloak of many fashions. I could see that could be coming in handy for a spy. That way, if she
Yep.
wanted to appear a rich, wealthy noble, she could,
Mhm.
or if she wanted to play the role of a beggar, she could.
Yep.
And ironically, they're all three the same price, so technically it doesn't matter which one I say she took. But she will purchase the other two.
Cool.
Meanwhile, Lily's looking at the computer screen like, this isn't a movie. What are we doing?
Yes, it is. Just pretend it is. It's fine.
Right?
Laugh at the appropriate times. It's all good.
Yeah.
It's so funny. I have a preferred clay to throw with, and I just switched over to it, and I'm just like, oh, look, I can make one of these in like 15 to 20 minutes instead of like a half an hour to 40 minutes.
Right? She keeps looking from me to the computer screen, to me to the computer screen. She's got this look on her face like, come on, let's do something.
See, I told you you could hold her while you play Pathfinder.
Um, yes and no. I will say this does take some of the weight off my arms, but at the same time, um, I still have tendonitis in my elbows. So having to hold my arms up still bothers from time to time.
Okay.
That's why, as much as I enjoy playing the piano, I can't play it for nearly as long as I used to.
Yeah.
I actually have two pianos in my office. I have one uh, traditional piano and a keyboard.
Yeah, after I had moved out of the house, my mom was just like, if you don't take this keyboard, we're throwing it out. And I'm like, I don't care.
Mm. Which was the same argument my father gave, and it was like, I mean, yeah, the thing is God knows how old and insanely out of tune, but
How can a keyboard go out of tune?
no, the piano.
Oh,
If a keyboard can go out of tune, but that typically means there's something wrong with it.
the speakers are shot.
Possibly. And I say possibly because it could be one of the um, chips involved or something along that line.
Mm.
Because this keyboard also has a function to where the keys light up depending on which keys you push. It's meant for as a training device.
Okay.
But unfortunately, for some reason, half the keys no longer light up. And that came out of nowhere, so I have no idea what to do to fix it.
Mm. All right, another 4-pound bowl done.
On the other hand, it is approaching 4 o'clock my time.
Yeah, it's getting
Probably end
close
up
to
going
5 my
go feed.
time. Hmm.
Actually, now that I think about it, I want to check something real quick.
Let's move that and that and that and put you there.
No?
Hello.
Huh? Oh.
You good?
Yeah, I'm thinking out loud. I was trying to see. I could swear I put in one of my messages the last time that I fed her, and then I realized, oh yeah, no, I fed her around 1 o'clock
Ah,
because it was shortly after I fed her that she zonked out, so I was able to go shower.
nice.
So that being said, she is getting to where she's probably ready to eat again. So I am actually going to dip out for just a bit while I go feed her.
Have fun. I'm gonna keep throwing. I don't
Okie
know where
dokie.
I'm gonna put any of it, but I'm gonna keep throwing.
Actually, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna put her in the crib, and then I will come back and retrieve my phone and its charger and take it with me. That way, that way I don't have to.
Okay. Okay. Another 4 pounder down.
Wow, you're getting fast.
I've gotten to the clay that I love using. It moves the way that it's supposed to.
Right?
Like it's just phenomenal clay. It's standard, it's the make is standard and it's their buff with grog and it's just phenomenal. It just does the thing that clay is supposed to do in my brain.
I didn't catch the last part of that. What?
The the clay moves in a way that it should in my brain. Because I get that everyone has their own clay that they love working with. And, the clay that I love, somebody else will hate. I get that. But, like, this is the clay that just makes sense in my world.
In a perfect world, if I knew what I was doing, I would be making clay pigeons.
To shoot?
Skeet.
Okay. That's what I was confirming. I'm rather good at that.
Oh, you can make those?
Uh, no, I can shoot them.
Oh, yeah. Um, Ironically, with me, it's not a matter of being able to see the target. It's more a matter of timing.
Okay. But how do you
Because
know
from
where it's going to go?
because the way the machine that we used back in the day, it almost always threw it in the same spot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we figured that out when we went to go retrieve them, and they were just scattered, but at the same time, it was all within like a 50-foot area.
Okay. Yeah, so we don't collect them anymore
Mm,
because they all disintegrate. They just paint the fields orange or woods or whatever, and then they disintegrate after like 2 rainstorms.
I've never put mine through the elements, but the ones I have, I've had since I was 13.
Okay. Wow, you still have them? You haven't shot them all? That's impressive.
Oh, I kept them as a memento of the occasion.
Oh, okay.
Ironically, I managed to keep a few of them through the move, which was saying something because packing them was a fun trip. I think offhand I have 2 left of the dozen I took.
Okay.
Do I remember where they are offhand? I think they're in my office, but I don't recall.
They're there somewhere.
Right? But yeah, no, the reason I say it's more of a timing game for me is because by the time I notice where the pigeon is, it's like I have to account for angle and distance, not just distance, because by the time I can shoot the thing, it's like I have to lead the shot
Right. Yep.
because my depth perception is not good enough for me to say, okay, it's this far away. All I see is a little black speck, and I'm like, okay, it should probably take about 3 seconds to get there, which is usually what it did.
My phone keeps blipping. I'm assuming my mother is informing me that she's making dinner, and my hands are covered in clay, so I can't check my phone at this moment.
Do you not have Siri?
No, I don't have an iPhone.
You don't, right? Well, from what I hear, the Android phones have an equivalent.
Yeah, they do. They had it before Siri had it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. It's literally called OK Google now. Oh, don't go off.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I remember that from the brief time I had an Android,
Hmm.
which I want to go back to Android myself. My next phone is going to be Samsung Galaxy, what? I think they called it the 25 Ultra.
Yeah. My mom has a. So Gary does iPhone. I do. My dad and I do Motorola. Oh, 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 oh. Losing this one. Um, it's
We
never
need
good when plastic
oh,
shifts above
oh,
my head. Um, my dad and I use Motorola, and my mom uses Samsung.
yeah,
So when we just got her the new phone, it was the new whatever, 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 whatever. Um,
yeah.
that would talk to her hearing aids.
Ah, yeah. Trying to get my grandmother to understand the concept of a phone connecting to her hearing aid is interesting because she will send us reels or audio clips, and we're like, Grandma, we can't hear them when we're using your phone to access them because the phone audio goes straight to her hearing aids.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say if she sends them to you, then you should just be able to like
Well,
hear
yeah,
them.
and then she sends them after we point that out.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I run. It's an interesting trick with her and technology. Sometimes she can figure it out, and then other times it's like, hmm,
Which is why my mom has a Samsung because she hated having to use my dad's phone for like the week that she had it. She's like, it doesn't work. Nothing makes sense. It's not the same. I don't like iPhones. And I'm like, okay, well, number one, this isn't an iPhone. But fine.
Right.
We will we will make sure that you get a Samsung when we get you your new
Yeah,
phone.
I will say for what it's worth, going to a Samsung will be a bit of a culture shock for me because I've never used a Samsung before. Jean has, so at the very least, she could probably help.
Yeah, it's I don't like Samsung's um
Okay,
I don't like
sweetie,
their
if you're not
software.
where in my case, let's put it this way. My eyes have gotten to the point where when I take a picture of something, I have to zoom in to see it most of the time.
Right.
And the Samsung I have my eyes on has a 100 times zoom.
Okay.
So I figure, well, you can't go wrong there.
Yeah.
Compared to my iPhone, which has a 5 times zoom.
Yeah,
And
Gary likes his iPhones.
my cousin made that obvious when she showed me a picture of the moon she took, and she zoomed in and it still looked gorgeous. Where I zoom in and it looks like something out of an Atari.
Yeah. All right.
What do they think they're doing when they do that? She's blowing raspberries.
She's making noises. She's figuring out how her tongue works. She's figuring out that she has a tongue.
I remember the first time she discovered where her ears were.
Mm-hmm.
She kept touching them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my friend's kid, when she gets upset, she grabs her ears.
Yeah. When Lily gets upset, she tends to put her hand in her mouth.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't necessarily suck her thumb per se. She'll suck her entire hand.
Uh-huh.
And it's like, okay, whatever.
Uh-huh. Okay, another 4-pound bowl done. All right, where's my phone? Where's my phone? Where's a rag so that I can actually like touch my phone? At this point, I'm just using dry clay to like wipe wet clay off my hands with this rag. It's so dirty. 25 minutes till supper. Good, I can do another one. Cool, cool. One more. All right, let's get rid of this slip. Into there. Let's take some water out of this reclaim bucket. I can't get to my sink
No,
because I
no,
put a
no,
chair
no.
in front of it for flat space.
Oh dear, yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
Okay.
That's hilarious. She rolls over and then just looked at me as if to say, "Look what I did, Daddy."
All right, this is a bag of 4 pound. So let's grab that one.
Meanwhile, I find it amusing. It's 4 o'clock, and the only thing I've eaten today is that chicken pizza crust.
You just ate the crust. You didn't even eat like pizza.
Well, it didn't survive long enough to make a crust proper because when I tried to flip it, it said screw you and broke into pieces. So it was basically reduced to a powder. I was like, well, that's great. It's basically come back to ground chicken.
Oh.
Albeit with more flavor than the original ground chicken I had. It was funky. By the end of the day, it had almost like a sponge like texture to it.
Oh, that's weird.
It was, but it wasn't unpleasant.
Okay.
And I'm a texture person, so if I'm saying it was not unpleasant, that's saying something because that's why I can't stand bananas.
Okay.
Because for some reason they come off feeling fuzzy to me.
That's fair.
I
I
don't
don't
understand
like.
how, but
I'm not a huge fan of ripe bananas.
yeah, my dad likes them green.
Yeah. I want like I want the ends to be green. And if there's like a spot of brown, I'm not interested.
Yeah, Jean is that way with mangoes. She wants them, to use her word, crunchy.
Oh, no, no, no.
I'm like, yeah, no. If I eat a mango, it has to be ripe. And
Yeah.
when I say ripe, I mean almost completely red.
Yeah.
Although I have discovered, not to contradict my own statement, there is such a thing as too ripe of a mango. And I
Yes,
found
there
that
is.
out when I bit into one and it was almost like mush. I was like, whoops, okay.
Yeah, mangoes have been super cheap out here lately. So
Yeah.
we've been having a mango for breakfast every day as part
Now
of
I
our
will say,
breakfast.
nice. Now, are we talking the traditional mango, or are we talking have you ever had what's called a honey mango?
A traditional mango. I have had a
It
honey mango, but they are way more expensive.
really
Yeah. Yep.
interesting. Out here, they're easier to find. Then again, we typically find them either at our local grocery store or we go to a little Asian mart.
Cool. Yeah.
On a good day, we can get them for like four for $1.
Oh wow. Can you guys grow mangoes where you are?
I would not be surprised, but offhand, I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like you guys are in like the area that you can grow mangoes.
I do know we can grow pomegranates.
Yep. Yeah, none of that is accessible up here. Like it's accessible in the fact of I can go to the grocery store and buy it. It is not
Right.
accessible to me being able to plant a tree.
Nah, you're probably in the wrong zone.
Yeah, we've got tomatoes and corn covered. That's our jam.
We can do tomatoes. I have not tried corn. My mother attempted corn back when I was too young to remember that part of the garden, but according to home movies,
Yep.
and we can also, speaking of home movies, apparently we can also grow pumpkins here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we got pumpkins. Oop. All right.
Yeah, no, but you can't be on your stomach. Case in
Can't
point, she's
is a
mad at me.
strong term.
Well, okay, yeah, you know what I mean.
You shouldn't be on your stomach.
Right.
Because I'm pretty sure she's showing you that she can.
Oh, absolutely. It's more along the lines of it's not the most, shall we say, practical.
Uh-huh.
Now watch as she ends up learning how to crawl by doing the bridge and just walking. You know what I mean?
I mean, that works.
That would be hilarious in my opinion. I could see her just going into like the little gymnastics bridge, you know?
Hmm. Which is super duper hard, I have to say.
Um, I remember it being comparatively simple, but then again, that was back when I was in much better shape. Nowadays, I am not sure if I still could. I have not tried.
I 100% can't. I could barely as a child.
Mm,
Like, whatever that muscle is in your shoulder that, like, no.
mm.
Ask me to lift 100 pounds at that age? Fine, no problem. I've got that. Ask me to go into a bridge? Nope. Eh,
Huh.
Yeah, whatever that shoulder muscle was, wasn't happening.
And now the funny part is, I am actually finding myself very curious if I still can. Ironically, at this point, I would be more worried about my lower back than I am my shoulders.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay. All right, you are going to go up there. And I'm going to do one more. I'm going to push it. I got to do one more.
You're gonna push your roll, huh?
I am. Oh my God. Okay, we played a game last night literally called Push. Best game. Mike brought it over. It was awesome. Loved it.
Isn't that a card game?
It is.
I was gonna say I know I've heard of this game before.
Yep.
I think we used to play it. I don't remember how.
Um, I you pretty much fuck everyone else over by making them get rid of their cards. Mwahaha. Or you or you play nice and you don't do it that way and you play by like I don't want to say the rules of the game, but like, you know.
Intended.
Um,
You play rules as intended rather than rules as written.
yep. Because I'm just like, oh, well, I can just do this and make you guys might have to get rid of cards while I keep 1 point and you guys might have to get rid of like 10 points. That's the
Right.
correct answer.
Have you ever played a game called Spoons?
Spoons is a violent game.
Yes, we actually drew blood once.
Spoons sounds innocent.
Yeah.
Spoons is a violent game.
Spoons, it was funny because my sister, back in the day when we were all living together, was a master at very subtly reaching over, grabbing a spoon, and bringing it back before anyone else even noticed she'd done it. Because we were all busy looking at our cards.
Uh-huh.
Where, yeah, one time we were playing and somebody reached for a spoon, apparently misjudged where their arm was,
Uh-huh.
and brushed their elbow up against their forearm right above the elbow, up against the table or the edge of the table,
Uh-huh.
hard enough to break the skin.
Oh, see, now when I'm thinking that like you broke skin, we broke skin over like people wearing rings at the
Yeah.
table. Like we had to ban rings because when people went for them, like people got cut on rings.
closest thing that I came to that was air hockey, ironically.
Oh,
I cut my
weird.
knuckle open because of the stupid puck.
Fair. Yeah, I was part of marching band and we played a lot of like cards while we waited for stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, we
Yeah,
apparently
wow.
played violent games.
Hilarious.
Okay.
Another one I remember playing, but offhand I would have to relearn how, was a game called Racco.
Okay.
The only thing I remember about that game is you were given so many cards and you had to arrange them in numerical order.
Oh,
It could be
okay.
any it could be any set of 1 to 10. Like you could do 1 through 10, or you could do 11 through 20, or you could do 33 through 43, etc., etc. But somehow you had to get a line of 10.
Hmm.
But I don't remember the intricacies of how you managed to do that.
Okay.
I just remember looking back, that game was a lot of fun, and it helped me to the point where I could add really quickly, which ironically was part of what led to me becoming a cashier for most of my life.
Oh, this poor girl at Wendy's. Gary, it was like, I don't know, our total was like 2102 or something like that. And he gave her, I guess that's a bad number, but whatever. He gave her like 3102 and or 4102, whatever.
Right.
And all
She
she
didn't
had to
know
do
it.
was like give us back a 10.
Right.
And she was like, "You gave me too much." And he's like, "Okay, but now you just have to give me a 10 back." And she's like, "Okay, but it's only this much money." And he's like, "Cool, and you only have to give me a 10 back because that much minus this much equals 10."
Exactly.
And she's like, okay." And then she like went away for a little while and then came back with a 10.
Yeah, I've seen things like that happen where they actually end up going and getting the manager.
Yep. Well, so I was that manager at Kmart. I had I had people that were just like, I hit the button too quick and like they're giving me this much money and I don't know what to do now. And I'm like, whew.
I will. There were times when I would have to stop and think about, okay, they're giving me this much change, which means I give them this. The problem wasn't when they would give me change that would end up rounding up to the nearest dollar. More so, like if they gave me, if their total was say 22.45, and they gave me like 25.60
Uh-huh.
because they wanted this, and I'm like, huh? Okay. And so I
Yeah.
had to stop and think, okay, 60 minus 45 is 15. So they need 15 cents in change and then this many bills to counter the balance,
Mm-hmm.
or something along that line.
Right.
That's when I had to stop and think. Where otherwise I'm like, okay, it's this, so they get this.
Right. And like a lot of times I'll give people like change and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because I get a lot of change in my business and I don't use change in my business. So
Yeah.
I just kind of have it like around. And so I'll give
Mm-hmm.
people, I don't know, I'll give people 10 different types of chain coins to get like one quarterback.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Like,
Which, ironically, depending on where I was working at the time, certain places actually won't let you do that anymore.
I, I mean, it would make sense as to like how I was doing it. It wouldn't be like a quarterback. It would be like I don't know, I get a nickel back, but I gave you like 3 pennies to like get to that 1 nickel kind of a thing.
Yep, yep. I've done the same thing.
Um,
In fact, I used to do that regularly back when I bothered to carry change.
yeah.
Nowadays, if I have change on me, it typically ends up in the offering bucket at church.
Well, that's fair. All right. Well, that's another bowl done. And I have opened up all of my folding chairs down here and I've moved a bunch of stuff and I have no more flat room left.
I'm sorry, Lily.
So
I cleared my throat, and apparently she wasn't ready for that because the upper half of her body went boing.
so after dinner, I'll come back down and I will put bags over stuff and clean up as much as I can. And tomorrow I will throw 6 more 6 pound bowls.
Yeah.
But at least I got like a ton of 4 pounders done today, so that's fine. Ton of stuff done, moving forward. All good.
Heyo.
Yeah. I've
Always good to get that feeling of accomplishment.
yeah. After dinner, I will count to see where I'm at. At this moment, I don't know. But after
Yep.
dinner, I'll move some stuff upstairs, and I'll have a little bit of room to kind of move stuff around and do a final count for the day.
Yeah.
But all right, have
I
a
will.
wonderful evening.
You too.
All right, where my mouse is.
Ironically, I'm trying to